So, yeah, so there we go. NVIDIA Broadcast is doing this new fun thing. Just give me a minute. You know, fun stuff. Still have to fix my camera. I don't want to just do a blanket ban, because, like, there's a decent chance at least one of these accounts aren't actually bots, but holy shit. Anyway, hi people, how are you? Oh, we should be fine. I'm just trying to deal with like 5 things at once. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, so I did do some more MSQ on my own in the last like 24 hours. I did manage to get in last night after a 2.5 hour wait. I did complete the last of the Thavnir split of the quest line. And now we're in the Charlene portion. Thank you, Sean. I'm dealing with like 5 things at once. I looked up and then banned as many as I could like deal with myself. But needless to say, I caused very much concern to start stream to a list of bots in my channel. I was just like, like, I know 14's popular right now, but oh my god, so many bots. Oh, Stella has an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is longest in beta, one of the Labyrinthio's climate control centers. It have its own lifts, we could access the upper lower tiers, if I would need you in the form and make a convenient meeting place. If we happen to find everyone in the company said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. If only you guys told me I would have leveled Ninja. I guess it makes sense for people to make bots to target popular games, yeah. We are now a frog. This quest line is totally ridiculous. Where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. You've changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. You will return to your transfigured state if you move too far away. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad now accompanying you. Ribbit. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I didn't do anything. But no, needless to say, I was very concerned. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand he's trying to tell you this is the wrong way. Yeah. And hey, at least I got in without any problems this morning. It literally seems like it's like any time past noon right now. It's just like a bad news bearer's time to try to be logging in. Anyway, how is everybody? Thank you guys for assisting with cleaning up with that. I really appreciate you all.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Playing Bravely Default 2, you know, yeah. I will probably go back to it. I just, like, I did a whole bunch of fucking grinding just to, like, have to do more grinding. And I was like, you know what, I'm out for now.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will
boss fight is such a
understand
wall,
that
yeah.
your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A
Yeah.
fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
I I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you.
I like that he just knows we're transfigured.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
I like how he just knows.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
He just knew. That's great. That's a great gag. That is a fucking great gag. Okay, let me actually pop my let me pop the well-fed bonus. Also, I want to swap the Gunbreaker. I want to swap the Gunbreaker real quick and pop this headgear coffer because it's a 515 piece they get for free. Yeah, sorry to, back to White Mage. Sorry to be a pain so early, Paz, I appreciate you. A new piece of this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Starling has been called into action when the Teleforce declaration was the catalyst. Whoever charges they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all Labyrinthios, not to mention ignoring Aeos' request for aid. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we're gonna get any new information by pressing the Gleaners. Let's go back to Yistor and see what she says. And I am pretty much ignoring. I was super comfy. I'm sorry. I needed assistance from my. I needed assistance. I was very much concerned looking at my user list and seeing all those bots. They really give us a whole bunch of new info. I'm concerned that something weird is happening, but like, the fact that it's only affecting Creole right now is like extra concerning. Some people are like, I hate Creole, and I'm like, you hate her because she's a Lalafell. Don't be racist against Lalafells. Lalafells didn't do nothing. Oh, it is Haru's birthday today. What's Creole?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Me?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
You mean Hydaelyn? Was Hydaelyn messing with you, Creel? Is that what's going on?
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you.
I love how zoomed in the camera is on the Lalafells. I mean, yeah, they are very short.
On the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where
The hoodie with ears is very cute. Yeah.
I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her.
Minfilia.
Another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Be the warrior of light.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
Yeah, Hydaelyn was trying to reach out through Creel.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was, once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Hydaelyn herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
That changes based on the ether, based on the
Yes,
ether in the
we
area.
are definitely making progress. You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong. Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress
Great.
Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact.
Fortuno, you're
With
an
the world
asshole.
in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Like what? Like, why won't you help
And we
Eorzea?
will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us...
You're a bunch of dicks.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings. But enough. This...
Okay, so apparently trying to figure out why the fuck you won't help us is a crime.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time
Yeah, that
in
is
the Forbidden
fast.
Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuno, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
We're not interfering, we're just looking for the truth.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Trying to stop the
Loose
crises.
in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Warmongers, okay. What a dick.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Saw you speak his name, you asshole.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties.
Didn't think it'd be so upset at this game the bosses didn't literally cheat. No, they literally cheat, yeah.
Odd.
They literally cheat. The counters cheat.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
So they knew something was coming.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Yeah, so Sharlayan's gonna just ignore Eorzea's cries for aid and a chance to try to survive.
But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Speak, Alphino.
Father,
Tell your father. Tell him he's an asshole.
Fortuno.
Tell him he's an asshole. He needs to
I
know how
fail
much of
to
an
understand
asshole
the
he
stance
is.
you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
Yeah.
No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
At least one person in this room who's not a scion has a freaking level head. Yeah, if you literally don't tell us what's going on and why you won't help us, like, of course they're... Of course gonna be pissed.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
So that's it? We don't even get any answer?
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Okay. So the question is, now what do we do? By the forms we know. Are those selecting to explain their actions in plain words? Oh, it's Mama Fortunal. It's Mama to the twins. It's Mama Leveilleur. Mother, please don't make things difficult to you. Virtue's father that you are here. Don't bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking of my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fortunal are not on the best of terms at the moment. I've also been absolutely desperate to see my darlings. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The Figleaf Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. We must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but my husband returned to find you enjoying our hospitality. The servants are made to suffer. Oh. Okay. I guess. You're just like, Figleaf? The champion of Eorzea? I already love Mama Leveilleur.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Oh, nice. We're gonna get 7 days of free game time as an apology. Like to observe, they've observed that. Okay. Received feedback regarding players who are allegedly using dancing modes or taking strike notes over the bypass and automatic logout. These methods cannot bypass the automatic logout. When player characters are often active in these states, their status automatically changes from away from the keyboard before they eventually automatic logout for 30 minutes or right. Sorry, just reading an article about the congestion issues that they put out on the MOG station. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Yeah. Fuck Fortuneau, he's dead.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
That's a word for it.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
I mean, I get around. We get around. The Warrior of Light gets around. I don't know what else to tell you other than the Warrior of Light gets around.
For you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Sorry, it was warm after coming to get home to get the groceries, but now I'm cold. Sorry, Toru. Oh, do I? Very much have a ton of stories. Do you want to hear how I was ferried to the first? That's a good story.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Alize is best friend. Alize is best friend mage.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
He's gonna get his sage weapons and he's gonna get his sage weapons.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that
that's so cool.
serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Oh, Mama Leveilleur, you're so great.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I like how this guy on Twitter is complaining that, like, every job just got 2 new actions. Be like, yeah, what do you think 10 levels does? Not every job is going to get overhauled every expansion. And you are sorely mistaken if you believe every job needs to be overhauled completely every single expansion.
Oranokisiki just resubscribed for 21 months. Glad you finally escaped the queue. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thanks for the sub, I appreciate you. But yeah, every class does not need a major overhaul every single new expansion. Like, White Mage is fine. Like, we don't need to change it. Am I a little sad about them messing with thin air? So yeah, it's a little bit harder to get that MP recovery when I'm, like, struggling to stay alive. Yeah, but, you know, it be what it be. With the size, Lucid Dreaming's getting reduced down to 60 seconds and being more potent. Oh, I'm in the wrong building. Every class does not need an overhaul every single goddamn expansion. There's nothing wrong with White Mage. There's nothing wrong with... Well, I can't really talk about them. There's nothing wrong with Machinist. I like the changes that they made to Gunbreaker, and saying that they did no changes to Gunbreaker is just foolish. Okay, now let's talk about what happened.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful.
Thavnir is also being ruled by a dragon.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply
Especially if you don't want to be kicked out of Charlian.
Certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary.
So how do we attack the towers?
There is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
Which stands for reason why I have the lunar.
The world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Sounds good.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Archosaurus by a considerable margin.
You sure Alphino is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
Hello? Who am I?
I'm more
Chopped
than
liver?
happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparation.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Be careful of the violent illness and make sure to have some lassie with you. Okay. Bulby's gonna come join me on the dungeon? Oh. Love Bulby. There's a reason he's my little pog champ. The first new episode of Demon Slayer is out today. You know what that means? They're gonna do the Red Light District arc soon. Molly's like, I'm fucking excited. Oh, they literally said it's the Entertainment District arc. can't wait to see them basically say, "Oh, it's obvious you guys aren't pretty, but Inosuke is very pretty." Ooh. You should still call you Visharn, I suppose. But like in that case, they're all yours from now on. I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brave star, after all. Just literally be like, all right, well, I mean, I guess if I'm not unique, being able to not be tempered, you guys can handle it from here. Seems like the bots are under control for now. I gotta go take care of some stuff. If you're running any more trouble with them, add me on Discord and I'll come by. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate you. I appreciate you stopping in to help. I understand that this is confusing, especially when you don't know what's going on. So even to just lurk and hang out, I appreciate you coming by. The primals which the tower bringeth forth, said to be deities of the Every myth. Gotta wait a minute, Boldy's in the cutscene. I was like, where's the... Oh, right away. Okay. Is the boss of this going to be literally the Mega Sisters? This is so good. I mean, clear cast's so fast now. Get in, get in, get in. Yeah, not going too low. Not going too low today. Oh shit. That's so large. Yeah, this is legit, no joke. Bobby's like, wall to wall. Figleaf can heal it. Good deal. Oh my god, Bulby. What are you doing? Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Hello? Just wall to wall, Fig can heal it. Ready, Bulby. What the fuck? I'm sure this isn't as bad once you get used to it, but oh my god, this is a lot. The first. This is no joke. Holy shit. Oh, so much. It was so much. Clear 3!
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
That first dungeon was literally no joke.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
A man's limb?
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Well, we did it.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Maybe.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Jesus, that's so many.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
My man, Gratia.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
We destroyed the
Threat is
tower.
banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Poor You may now enter the tower resolve the party of NPC avatars. Make use of the feature, open the trust interface under duty in the main menu. Oh my god, so literally all of that time that I spent leveling everybody. Oh, it's all... They changed how the trust works. Okay. I do actually want a minute after that to like mentally recover. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be right back. refilled my coffee. I have refilled my water. I have visited the restroom. I am good to go. Hello. Baby. Hi, baby girl. Here we go, the rods at hand. Heading up sounds straightforward enough, I guess. You said the ether is just like the Ethernet's just not available? Continue straight and then across the bridge. Okay, got it. I'm gonna attune at the Aetheryte shard over there though before we continue on. What? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are interested in that right now. Yeah. 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 Huh. Well, in order to catch, you have to do tasks with them in order to catch them? The Pokedex? Huh. Yeah. I wish you would at least let us attune, even if it's not working. At least we can be attuned to it. There has to be some sort of some Pokemon that just plain aren't revealed.
But I don't know. I think
Are we the last to
that
arrive?
is a Pokemon.
I hope we've not kept you waiting.
And they have already given evolution. Terrible. Cared about this. And Game Freak themselves have said that their art department
Yeah.
criteria for who gets new forms is either the designers.
Yeah.
His Pokemon popular, but they know.
Yeah.
Or this Pokemon is really unpopular. I want to give people a reason. Yeah, it's like Pokemon is really unpopular, it's Violet and Bastion. Pokemon is really popular, Violet and Metagross, Iva.
Yeah.
And the designers of this Pokemon is why Alex keeps.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, like when I think of all the OP Pokemon who got Garchomp.
Yeah.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
Yeah, the tower was kind of a big
Cast
deal.
down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they?
You guys are
You
great.
must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Wow, Victor, you're really making a noble sacrifice by letting us take your scales for the warning scales.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Oh, they're playing the Heavensward song right now.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
So the shattering of the world.
He knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
That had already happened. The separating of the world had already happened.
So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Okay, hit it. Lay it on us.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
Okay. So even he doesn't know why,
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
I mean, he's right.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
Okay.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Yeah, that's me. Means good. Only wish he could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
trying to figure out a way to have
For
this be
upon
off
thy
screen.
life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Yeah. We have lost a lot of friends along the way. Papa Limo! Orochifon! We have lost many friends.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Yeah.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
We do have a history of suddenly collapsing.
I must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Hope so, Vitro. Hope so. Yeah, so the background removal isn't, like, perfect. Well, it's highest strength. It's still pretty good. It's not like move at all. When I move any part of my body towards the microphone, it reveals the microphone again. You're just saying to protect you guys and to never lose hope. You know. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions like Crucible. Let's return to the Mulberry Orchard. Okay. I'm just checking my, I would also like to put my alliance chat in the battle chat, because I really don't pay attention to that otherwise. Okay, from here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I definitely was doing less damage because I still had glare and Holy 1 instead of glare and Holy 3. To be fair, Alphino, you're also really familiar with the Crystarium. And not familiar with Razzatan, literally at all. Is this still not working? Yeah, it's still not working. Okay.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
It's pretty great.
Once we have distributed them to
Took
our
Charlie for
allies
a
in
walk.
Eorzea and the Far East, we'll
How
have
is
a
the
fighting
baby?
chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Not sure if I like this background removal.
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
I think I like the background blur more
To which
than
end,
the.
I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
I think I like the background blur other than the
Pray allow
background
me to
removal.
undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
Maybe I could hold
I
on.
can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I've been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
as you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Who did save Thavnair from an
Yet
awful...
who hath truly saved whom?
And they're done without
Due
the
in
alchemists,
no small
though.
part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Yee.
The talisman? Is this true?
There is.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
A flower?
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
As foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts.
Huh. That's interesting.
Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible
Holdout?
essence
Yeah,
harnessed
definitely.
by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
Huh.
I really
I have a
must hear
feeling-
more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
You're probably very correct. Tancred. Tancred is probably very correct. Okay, Speaker Creel at the Baldician Annex. We're traveling back to Sharlayan. I've pretty much been ignoring my roulettes too, because, like, you know. Trying to get story done. Making sure to get that 3% bonus. 3% bonus on like 400,000 is still pretty good. It's still like a 12,000, it's like a 12,000 experience point bonus at the very least. For each quest.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
We've done it, chat. Cat has had cheeseburger. The internet has been won. We can all go home. Cat has cheeseburger. We can all go home.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Cat boy has
But
cheeseburger.
He refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
We can all go home.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, Warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor
Yeah,
Astin.
rest and good food.
Beset on all sides.
Molly, one of the characters is a cat boy. That character's a cat
Speaking of
boy.
one's physical condition,
And he has a
Mr. Squire,
cheeseburger, so I was like,
I
alright, the
hear
internet's
you
over, we
recently
can all go
played
home.
literal host to Heidelin herself.
He is in fact a cat boy.
And what an
They
experience.
have
that was.
bunny people and
Tiring,
cat
yes,
people.
but no lasting
Yeah.
harm done.
There's bunny girl. Yeah, Vieras are typically
If
bunny
anything,
girls.
I should have liked to speak with her
universe.
longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
There are typically men, but we knew in the lore that there were men. But
'Twill be your
14,
guide,
the first time
test and proof of your convictions.
there are bunny men.
And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
Where's the dog
Come to
people?
think of it,
Sorry, pause.
Isn't that
no
what
dog
happened
people.
with Nadana back in Radsat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
You'll have to write Yoshi P yourself, pause and complain about how there's not dog people in 14.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
Paz is gonna be like, you put Goofy
You
in this
unearthed it
game
from the
right
depths
now.
of Numenon, I presume.
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
I know the feel, Grahatia. I am short. Shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
Sounds good to me. Xenos. He was like, I'm going to the moon!
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
The Warrior of Light.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Ah, Xenos.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome, honestly. Talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally
All else
tedious,
is equal.
Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more.
Oh my god, Molly.
And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
I didn't know they made them either. Charlotte was so excited though. Look at her, she's so happy.
Burn.
She's so excited.
Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Xenos is just like, I will destroy the Warrior of Light, and I'm just like, nah, bitch.
Wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Okay, Kryle. What's up, Kryle? Graha, Graha, Tia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Okay, let's go to the stadium. Let's speak with Kryle. I don't think I have anything to worry about as far as EXP and not being able to make it due to XP requirements. Being a fundamental aspect of nature, scope is finding the irretrievable facet of life in the universe. Long storied history is a question of worldly authority and astrology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, starting as proud as Charlie's foremost educational institute. Indeed, I've since lost track of how many times we recited the same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his own stopping ground. Olivia, the Olivia, I mean, he's with the sister and Master Beelines' granddaughter. This will only mean one thing. The event of a puck-shattering proportions fast approaching. Said you're looking for a Scholaric, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. Must help us have a better idea. What's the most important thing you find in the stadium? That's right, books. Second most important, why that's simple, everything else. One thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholaric's whereabouts. Oh, I beg your pudding, you're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. Okay. The Scholar was here a short while ago, offering me advice on the research project.
You?
I just wanted to thank you for your nice words during the thing where everyone else to say we're assholes.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student.
They're not so bad.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, Don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, not so bad.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
They've been bound by enchantment to secrecy?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture.
That's kind of really fucked up.
Take a seat.
That's super fucked up.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether?
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
We're discussing
Picture the
Sage
souls
stuff
of
in the
pain
FC Discord at the
and
same time
memories
while
as
watching this
words written
cutscene.
upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Then you basically wouldn't be able to discern them. And they become
it would
hazy.
blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I remember them talking about that a lot in The Realm Reborn, where basically, like, it's basically, even though it was only 5 years ago, no one really understands how Eorzea got back up on its feet.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
So it's not that they won't tell us what happened, it's that they literally cannot. But why would they do that?
We must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
Then you're dead.
We are
right?
reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
It's not my commission.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet.
So the Charlian Forum literally, like, made it so they cannot tell people their reason because they literally do not know what their reason is. Like, they literally cannot recall it. But for what like, to keep, like, are they that concerned about keeping it secret?
Although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
I'm confused as to why they would do that, and not like...
You all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Yeah, I'm the Warrior of Light. Let me do what I want. I do what I want.
And I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Charlian, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge.
You have granted the run of Phenomenon. If you're a game LFO, will put your artistry to good use. This, computer weapon coffer, 525. Okay, so now the stuff's gonna start getting more powerful than what I have. Can you say I'm really happy that everything is a coffer? It's giving me much to mull over, though I feel that one step closer to understanding the forms, true modes, and the mysteries of life itself. Weapon is really nice. I'll probably make my own lunch. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some food for myself. I'll be right back. Okay. I've acquired sandwiches. Use the orange custom with joy. Preparation on to bring leadership of Grand Company of Eorzea and all Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Are you not coming with us? Okay. I really like in the Aetherites. Oh, wrong way. Ruby hot cocoa and Lucky Charms marshmallow cookies, all the sugar. I just made myself a 2 ham sandwiches. Need some lunch. Is the staircase? Yeah, the staircase is here. I thought it was elsewhere. Which is entirely on the warning ship's ability to use as the potential to the fullest. Fires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. Because if ether remains unaccounted for, we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. To go to the front lines and invade Garlemald? For the people of Garlemald. Let's go invade Garlemald. Background clothing person, like a dead cold deep in the people of Lalafell with so much raw steel. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, the least is going to join us. Gaius. I doubt there'll be a place to see a champion of Aeor just set foot on Guardian soil. There's so many people standing here, holy shit. Hey, look, it's Lise! I knew Lise would be coming with us.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia! Rare to see her without,
Lucia.
It's rare to see her not at Lord Emmerich's side.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Oh no, I skipped the cutscene by accident. Oh no. I did not mean to do that. The Amalja and the several other tribes offer to send troops. Okay, for now, Alvamro and Captain Haleford told me that they need someone to help safeguard the future. I'll speak to Lisa. Cernia! Distant lands and times of strife, together we stand, fight, and darkness shines the light of life. And then finally, Lise! He comes to be quite warm and toasted beneath his armor, since he spends a fair bit of time up north recently. Well noted. Tataru! Tataru! Because a certain someone who shall remain nameless is in the position to transport your souls to another world. Yeah, Tia. No pulling our souls into another shard, please. On boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. You're required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points, and you can be able to try. Okay.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Excuse me.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They have sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that.
Okay.
Maxima reports that they are led by Vigilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet
They're probably
now,
tempered.
These former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible.
but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
At which point we can go and knock out the front detachment.
Divide and conquer.
Once the scouts have finished their preparation, the first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
If you say so. Even though I'd like to just join the front line. Metal Gear Thancred.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's... All right. Once more. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes.
Let's do it!
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll...
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it...
Very well.
I mean, yeah, the sneaky sneaks are better done with, like, only one person. Are we gonna get to play as Thancred and do the thing? Yeah, I figured. Mask your presence making impossible with enemies attack and increase movement speed. Levels of Omni confuses the senses of guard dogs.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. touch.
Okay.
Damn, spotted.
Okay, so the silent takedown does not work on...
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Seven hells.
Damn it. shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. It's hard to remember that the, There we go! Did it!
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Hell yeah!
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Yee! A few months later, at the rear of the Elizabard contingent supply beacon.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Hard to not be worried, yeah.
Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Okay, let's go.
Fighters! Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead.
Yeah, working on that.
We're the only ones still struggling. Can't we put our backs into it then? I've been itching for this.
That should be enough help to you.
You lot all right back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Alright, time to get to the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew...
Hey, he's doing the best he can.
That I did.
That's Figleafplays. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you There's no stopping us now.
Let's do it.
We have them now! Forward!
Way to go, Pippin! That's a new marker I've never seen before, holy shit. Do harder than that.
Before the sun!
Jesus, that was intense.
worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu had too.
He's like, am I so cool?
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
They're fine.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes.
The city's just destroyed.
In
What
that
the hell even
garden of
happened?
desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
And that's when they decided to try to claim Eorzea.
The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Just been, like, annihilated.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, I don't blame her. The only reason that Ishtal was able to see is because of the ether. Her like senses being all out of sorts.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Lalafell's designs.
Yeah, we
have
to know what we're
if
walking
I may.
into.
Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's death.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Lalafell. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
It is very possible.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
I mean, let's not assume anything yet.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, This is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us
Graha's
with
like
guard
fit.
duty.
Graha's fit right in.
As a matter of fact,
such a
I have
good
something
boy.
else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields? I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. If there are any survivors, we surely will find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Ugh. Okay. I think what I'm going to do now is I am going to take a bit of a break from streaming. I'll probably be back later tonight with more. But I want to take a bit of a break from streaming and just chillax for a bit. I have a couple of small things I need to do. So I think I'm just going to take a break for a bit. I mean, we'll see y'all a little bit later, and have a good rest of your day, and I'll be around later on. Have a good night, afternoon.